is now happening now. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Oh, hello. I can hear myself, so I'm gonna call that good. Hello, everybody. Just gonna mention, if you saw yesterday's video, I am sorry. It sucked. I hated it. Don't worry about it. It's the only video I've put up where I was like, maybe I should just private this one. Let's make our announcement. I didn't type it up today, so we get to type it together. Just you and I. How about that? How about that? If you're here, you're probably coming off the Twitch notifications, so thank you for clicking on that. I appreciate it. Izidiyush says, hi! What's up, Izidiyush? You caught the very beginning. How's it going? What is up? What are we doing today? OSdev or something, I guess. SOS. Lens is doing OSdev, or SOS dev. Izidiyush says Twitch noties rock. Nobody gets them. Twitch tells me, they're like, yeah, we sent out 10 and three people clicked on it, but we're not going to send out more next time. It's so funny. Hey, Sarade the Razor Blade. Ooh, that's chat. Don't want to do that. That got meta, huh? This would be confusing to have a bunch of chats. Is this? Oh, I didn't, this is a little bit off the side. Hold on. Minor difficulties. It's a little tall, too. Okay, there we go. It's just off the screen. Here, it's still a little tall. It says, Zam, Twitch rebuild on stream. Cody Great Life says, hello. That's a first time chat from Cody Great Life. What's going on? How's it going? We're going to do things today. To keep my sanity, I'm going to do parameter passing tomorrow. For today, it's OS time. This is LensorOS. It's available on both Codeberg and GitHub. I'd prefer Codeberg if you're into free and open source things. And I've been working on this crazy scoped PR in which the FAT file system can now traverse paths. We now reuse physical pages that have been freed. The CMake LensorOS data partition creation script has been updated majorly and is now, it made things so much easier. And we're really in a good place right now. Cody Great Life says, PogChamp, I requested OS dev. Were you... This you? Welcome. We love having you in the community. Cody Great Life, yes. I just wanted to do the this you meme. It's a lot of fun. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I did a bunch of crazy things, and let's continue this streak and just do crazy things. First of all, let's boot it up and make sure it works. I've already got it open in the terminal, just like my text editor and compiler. I've got too many things going on at once. You can see we can build. It's very fast because of Ccache, so it's just reusing all the things I built before. It's beautiful. And just CMake's cache itself. Hey! It's a little small. You might have to zoom in a little, if you can. But there's a shell here. And you can type, you can subtract, you can do anything. And then you can, it's also being mirrored to UART. So you can see that there's a shell in UART in the bottom left as well. And we can run, for example, blaze it. And it's blaze it math. And it returned 420, as you can see. Hopefully that makes sense. And then we can also, for example, another one I wrote is PWD. PWD is file system 0 bin. So that's beautiful. That's exactly where pwd resides, as well as standard out, the shell that is running right now. It's a terrible name, I know. But yeah, so we can just run a bunch of these, and that's all we got pretty much right now. It's bare bones, right? And this is just because when you type pwd, you're able to get 3 lines and then a 4th on your shell. But we don't clear the 4th when we don't draw it, so yeah. There's some. Is there a GUI? Yeah, that's what you were looking at. It's pretty much a TUI right now, but if we want to check it out, it is fully capable of doing anything because it is literally just past the hardware frame buffer, the GOP frame buffer. We literally just write straight to the hardware frame buffer, and we're like, oh, cool, it shows up on screen. It's basically like in BIOS, if you just handed the VGA BIOS commands to user space, and you're like, yeah, you just use those. But we just get a frame buffer passed to us from the kernel in our argc-argv of our init process. And then we do some funkiness, don't worry about it. Skydzar, hey. Anyways, we have a frame buffer and then some basic frame buffer commands like fill rect, right pixel, fill color, which just clears the screen, right? Stuff like that, which just does some basic math. And some array arithmetic, 2D array, linear frame buffer stuff. It's pretty easy. And then we just open a font file at fs0 resources fonts psf1, because that's the type of font it is, and then the psf default font, which is a font I have created. It looks horrible, and I really got to update that. But you can use any font. You can replace default font.psf very easily just by changing the one in kernel resources. You just change that and it'll propagate through the build system to show up here at runtime. But yeah, you can use any PSF1 font. But we just load the PSF1 font, do some verification, make sure we have an actual font. We get the glyph buffer into a actual heap allocated buffer, and then we are able to load the font file. And then we just write to, I think it's draw PSF1. Yeah, we have draw PSF1 string, which just basically draws each character in the string with CRLF being happening and terminal return, and you know, it's just very basic right now. It's only, PSF has a maximum width of 8 pixels, so it's pretty rough there. But yeah, we just get the hardware frame buffer so we can write directly to it. And we just write the PSF1 font to it. But yeah, you could do anything. Like we could just draw a red rectangle. Here's the shell part of it. This is kind of it. One thing we do want to be able to do is open a file and then in the child redirect it. And then in the parent, we would have to start reading from it instead of its standard out. Because we can redirect standard out to technically any FD here, right? It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. But yeah, this is like the basic shell. But it is a GUI. It writes to the frame buffer. It can write anything there. We could have buttons. I mean, it's just, I haven't done that because it takes a lot of time. And the system needs to be updated. But yeah, it works. There's now a top-level CMake I'd like to point out, something I spent a lot of time on. So for example, user programs, processes, or libraries, you can now just use the CMake function and add it to the list. For example, here are the user space programs, and you can just add yours to the list, and then you just make it a subdirectory with a CMake lists inside of it with an executable named the same thing as the directory. And then everything will just work. Cool, huh? It'll install it, that is, on the runtime user space. It'll link with libc. Lots of goodies, lots of goodies. Why'd we print out mapped? We should probably fix this. This is just a kernel debug output from when I was dealing with memory, but I don't know where that's actually from. Let's track that down. Let's just go into kernel source and grep for it. It's probably going to be a quote. Can I do that? Look at that. How beautiful. So it's when we're expanding the heap. It just needs to be a debug message. And that should clean that up. You can see we are still leaking memory somehow because the kernel heap is growing suspiciously. Beautiful stuff. Make sure it's not doing the same thing. Run a bunch of processes. Yeah, we're getting a little buggy. You can see Blazeit doesn't want to show its output down here anymore. It's not the best implementation. But yeah, it looks like we got rid of that. Beautiful. You can see the fat is like, we could not find the file at Puwabo. Sorry. It's funny that we have the fat driver actually telling us this, because we just don't check for... we don't print anything out if it doesn't exist. We just continue on. Where are we at? What should we do? What should we work on? We can do standard file system exists and standard path, fix up standard path. If you want to work on the C++ standard, we could do like directory entries. We could try and figure out the syscalls for that and figuring out a storage device driver that could actually handle that. Similar to pipes, I would assume, but I don't know how this is actually going to work. And it's going to have to be templated, I think. It's going to be messy. TNT Masters is back to osdev. Hi. That's right. I got to work on everything. So it says you could implement cat. You want to go down that road? We can. Maybe echo would be better or easier, but it's still not. First of all, we just have to make it a possibility to pass arguments to exec, because that's not something that we can do now. So let's do that. Syscalls are defined in the interrupts subdirectory. So it says, I suppose. So I'm not actually sure what like the Unix names are for this stuff. I'm just going to make another name up. I think I want to keep simple exec syscall, right? Do I need I feel like maybe a new syscall that's like exec args or something like that would make sense. That way we don't have to worry about it if you're just running a program, but at the same time that's kind of messy. Should we just make it always like an argument? Linux only has one syscall. Yes, that's true. I'm just wondering what would be better or like more intuitive. Because it's much simpler to not have to deal with an entire thing, but if it's just null anyway, it's just one check. There is only exec VE, yeah. So maybe we'll just do exec takes in... How do we do this? Should we say it's similar to... This is kind of messy, right? So we'd have to do like a number of arguments and then the arguments, or a null terminated array. And a null terminated array would be good because we can just pass null and it would work. Let's do that. Let's do a null terminated array. Args. I'm just going to describe things. Path. The file path to the executable that will replace. Yeah, the file path to the executable that will replace the current process. Sure. I don't know where to put this. Here? Here? We'll go with there. Null terminated array. The signature of execv is, yeah, path name and then char pointer const argv array. Yeah, they do the array thing. I'm gonna do the way I do argv as well, because I mean we can't. It's the same either way. Null terminated array of string. Okay, of null terminated of pointers to null terminated string arguments. Yeah. Just had to read that one again. Like, am I insane? Also, I feel like this is still in the wrong spot. Should I just like put them here? I'm just gonna put them there and stop freaking out about it. Oh, you know what's probably going on. I just probably need to do this. That's much more understandable. I'll get there, don't worry. Okay. So we have args, a null terminated array of pointers to null terminated string arguments. How beautiful. And basically, what are we gonna do? Do we have a debug message path? And then, okay, that's freaking out. And this is going to be args. I guess this is, args is gonna be a complicated one to print, I would say. I'm gonna have to say while args, while pointer args? I think it's while pointer args. Because the address that args points to will be null. Which means, yeah, we may want to do while args. How do you get the C++ file to compile with having dollar in function names and all that? Dollar's allowed in function names. I know it's not like built into, I don't know, it's fine. The syntax highlighting doesn't like it, but other than that, I mean the syntax highlighting doesn't like this parenthesis. Obviously it should be there. Dollar is legal in identifiers in C++. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure you can just do it. So pointer args is going to be a const char pointer arg. And then we're gonna want to debug message. Should really just do like hashtag ifdef debug. Mode. No, what is it? Syscall debug. Debug syscall. It's got to be right up here. Let me do this. It debugs syscalls. It's not defined. That's why it's freaking out. Sure. This will be much easier. We're going to print out args, and then we're going to print out 1, 2, 3, 4. U size I equals 0. I++. New line on each one. Okay, there we go. Is it a use? We got that O1F5FF. Oh! It's probably an emoji, I just don't see it in my Emacs font. Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure that replace user space elf process doesn't even take args. Yeah. But I think that's easily remedied. First of all, I need to fix up the call to exec in user space. Because it's now going to take two things. Okay. Can we still fork an exec? It seems we can. Beautiful. Okay, well, I didn't break everything, so that's good. I really gotta... Is it you says, I love this sound, to be honest. What sound? We should really write like libc exec in unistd, right? Doesn't unistd have exec? We should just use that. I see it's no longer crashing when you run commands, eyes. Yeah, we're able to free memory now. libc has like 6 different exec functions. I mean, it has like system and it has, yeah, you're right. I want to stop using it here. So that I just don't have to track this down every time I change it. Honestly, it shouldn't change that much, so it doesn't matter. Okay. I'm just gonna do this. That way, if someone wants to, they can do that pretty easily. And I'm just gonna include this in here now. I think that makes the most sense. LensorOS style. I broke the chat. Okay. So it says no, I mean exec v, exec ve, exec l, exec lp. Oh god. Is it used as the startup sound of the OS, Lens? Oh, Lamau. Yeah, I've heard that so many times now, I phase it out. I don't know if I even hear it anymore. Okay, so now replace user space elf64 process is in the elf loader in the kernel. What are we doing? Why am I doing this? There we go. Replace. Okay, let's make this a little smaller. Ooh, one thing I haven't done, I gotta get my little window up. I've been forgetting that. Perfect. There's not like a white line there, is there? Okay. Replace user space elf process. It does take args. Okay, sweet. It just takes a vector of string views. Well, that's beautiful. Because ideally, we basically just have to do this to do arguments. Hey, it's even right here. So we just need a standard vector of standard string view. Yeah. Standard vector string view. Okay. SDU says, can we have a space pinball and minesweeper in the OS? Absolutely. That's a great idea. You just got to write it. No, I just have to keep working on it because everybody does. Hopefully more than me, but I'll do it eventually. I just want to get the OS to the point where it can like have a basic libc, not a full libc. I'm not doing like all the networking stuff right away. It's just like I want a basic libc and a basic thing that we can start to get it to work. And then GUI programs also, I want to figure those out because they're kind of tricky. Standard vector, standard string view. And this is going to be args vector. And we're basically just going to args vector push back. And I think we can just do, I don't think we even need the braces because this is C++. We can just do this and everything should work. SDU says thank you. Yeah, I don't mind. That stuff sounds fun. Hey, look, these are exactly the same amount of characters. How nice. Is that correct? I think that's correct. Now we just need to pass these args here. We could probably like standard move these args, but I don't think that's even necessary. Where are we at? So will this build? Yeah, I would think this would work. Cannot, what do we have? Invalid initialization of reference of type vector basic string view char, aka const basic string view blah 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 blah, from expression of type const char pointer pointer. Oh, yeah, that would be rough. Lamau. Args vector. Args vector. That was pretty funny. I'm like, oh yeah, this will build. This will be good. It doesn't build. OVMF takes a long time to boot sometimes. I don't know what it does. Can we fork an exec? We can. Hey. Just doing a bunch of tests. I type PWW almost religiously at this exact time. I don't know why. It seemed to have worked. Now I guess we just have to test how good our arguments passing is in our elf loader. I think it's bad. Yeah, I don't see this going well. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, we pass arguments, I guess, to the init process and it goes fine. So one can hope. What am I doing in libc? That's not what we're doing. I'm making echo. Am I doing echo? Am I doing cat or echo? Cat would be we open a file path. Echo would just be Cody Great Life says echo. We're gonna have to like write a parser. Echo is simpler probably. Well, you say that. I don't know about that. Because we need hello world. Skyzar says cat. Okay. It's it's broken up. What do you need a parser for? Well, we have to split up the actual command name and the arguments now in the shell. Not in echo, but in the shell to be able to run echo with an argument. It's going to be fun. Yeah, let's just do it. Include standard IO, right? I was gonna say you don't need a parser for echo, lol. That's very true. What am I doing? Jesus. Yeah, I know it doesn't exist yet. There, it exists. Are you happy? I would suggest using C++ instead to avoid writing core utils becoming painful in the long run. You can change them at any time. We can, as soon as it becomes painful, we can go to C++. There's no problems. I really don't mind. We can do it now. Nothing changes. We're good. Wow, argc. You want to do it? Let's do it. This is what it'll change. I think this is it. Now we can just use standard print and basically say print me the thing argv. Right? It doesn't know this is C++, so it's freaking out. It's like, that's a label, dude. Cool? We can do it. It doesn't matter to me. I just write it in C because that's what I know. It's like, that's the quickest. I'm just going to steal a CMake lists and replace PWD with echo. Cool. CXX. Echo prints a space between the arguments. Coolio. Between and not after, and a new line at the very end. Easiness. A space between each one, and not in the last one. Which means that if we're kind of gonna need, so I didn't do this properly. Yeah, I'm gonna need a thing anyways. Let's do size t. Do we have standard size t? I don't know if we do. Size t I equals, I can just do an int, I don't really care. 0, and then I, and then if I plus 1 is equal to argc, if I plus 1 is less than argc, then we're not on the last one because this is a count and this is an index. So we print a space. It's maybe way too complicated, but I feel like that works. I usually just do bool first equals true outside the loop, and if first equals false, else standard print space for this, lol. Yeah, that works too. Yeah. Hopefully that's all we need. We just have main.cpp. We're going to need to rename this file and open it in Emacs. Close main.c. Okay, so we now have that. Now all we have to do is go to this CMake lists, add a thing here that has to do with echo. And then I think we also need to set up the LensorOS data partition to install this, because we don't actually use mcopy glob because it's slow. Yeah, I just need to change PWD to echo. And then we are good. Invalid format string. What did I do? Argv at I. Probably a const char pointer. Is that what's going on? No. Okay. Had to check. 7. Oh. Yeah, there's no format specifier here, but we had an argument. Herp. No! Why have you done this to me? Why am I cursed with this? This stupid bug. Okay. It's in... It's just one moment. No! Why do you do this? Where is it at? It's right here. WinCross, lib, GCC, Lensor 12.1.0. Why do you do this to me? Toolchain, WinCross, lib, GCC, x86, 64, Lensor 12.1.0, lib, GCC.a. Okay. You're really screwing me over today. I'm doing it. I don't care. It's not gonna work. You can try removing the def from the header and putting it in a CPP file. Yeah, it's not that. I already tried that. I appreciate that. I've done that. It's just stupidness. That's fine. I can try it if you'd like, but it's not gonna do anything. This is interesting. We're getting interesting errors. It doesn't like trying to link with libmath, which would make sense because there's no libmath. It doesn't like linking with standard C++ because there is no standard C++. So isn't there like an fno built-in memcopy or something like that? Yeah, it doesn't work either. I tried that too. If you remember in the Discord a few days ago, I was ranting about this. Sorry, it says, yeah, but you probably tried that too. We need some simple made easy. What? Why is it trying to link against L standard C++? That's sus. It's very sus. This is in the lib spec. It just links with libc by default. We're not doing anything. So is there some crazy thing that we have to do for G++ that I don't know about? This ends up in GCC config. Oh, Lord. Okay. So we have G++, GPP. I don't see like linking with the standard C++ here, which generally that's probably where this would happen. Or at least that's where I would think. So this is all just libc, regular stuff. Is there a Linux? There's a Linux opt, Protos, Android. Okay, what's opt? processor independent options. Okay. That's like defining which libc to use. Don't need to worry about that. Linux.cc, Linux libc has function. Okay. G++, unlike GCC, links with L standard C++ by default, if that helps. Do we have to do that ourselves then? So how do we do that? Can we set like CXX defaults? What do we do? How do we do this? CMake help. It's okay. I can't even, okay, my Emacs is fucked. Wonderful. I'm gonna have to restart it. Roll with the punches. CMake, CXX, default options. Again, check the CMake config for standard blazeit maybe. What do you mean? They're just, I copied it. They're the same, I promise you. They're very simple. They don't do anything. So C flags and CXX flags, is this actually a thing? So just message me that. Is that like how, yeah. What happened? Didn't print anything. Is there nothing there? Should I do like flags? There's nothing there. Okay. So could it be WinCross? See, we have libgcc. Yeah, nothing really here. We have. I've got nothing. I don't know. It's really not happy. Well, kind of messy. I don't see no standard lib here. We're running the proper G++ with the proper sysroot, so we're running this file. We're not seeing that show up. Which is interesting to me that CXX flags just isn't used. I'm not, yeah, I'm using set just fine. Interesting. Very interesting. So I only want to do this if it's CXX. It's like I want to set exactly CXX flags, but it's not going to work. So CXX linker flags. New in 3.7. Jesus. Okay. So apparently I'm supposed to set this. I don't think I have a new enough CMake. Didn't help either way. Still didn't get the things. So, it's not linking against our libc, it seems. It isn't? I think it is. We have like, this is from our libc. From standard out main.c to warning, right? So there's, well, CX, this one's just too new. I don't have 3.7. Oop, yep, that's gonna fuck things up. Well, we'll see what happens. I have 2.2. So I don't have a new enough version for this to work. This one, I don't know why it doesn't work. How do you not have 3.7? What do you mean? What are you talking about? This says 3.7. Are you blind? I don't have 3.7. Is 3.22 greater than... It's 3.22, not 3.2.2. Is it really? Oh, god damn it. So so technically I have this version, because in semantic versioning, 3.22 is higher than 3.7. It still doesn't work. It still doesn't work, so... It's just initialized by the CXX flag's environment variable. Do I have a CXX flag's environment variable? No. Nothing like it. No flags, no C flags, no CXX flags. The CMake documentation with its rich number of examples is as helpful as ever. Yeah, it's very helpful. So we find the CMake CXX compiler, and that's going fine. What is their issue, man? So G++, why is it not listening to us? Is it LD? So is it like linker flags? CMake linker flags. Is that something that's happening? Does this set a specific thing? Okay, add link options. I don't think this is what I need. Oh god. What? Handling compiler driver differences. Okay. I'm digging. Do I see CXX anywhere here? Oh my. CMake is a large unwieldy beast. Just gotta keep looking. So, default LD linker options, CMake. Just says, okay, here we go. Depends a bit. If you want to specify which libraries to link to, you can use find library, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. If you wish to specify particular linker flags, you can use CMake exe linker flags. Jesus Christ. Hopefully there's nothing set here. If there is, that's going to be a mess. 2 paragraphs, 1 line each. Thanks a lot, CMake. Yeah, there's nothing there either. Well, it's all unused, so it makes sense. Oh God. Okay. So let's say it's not that. Can I do something like, will this work? How do I know I won't? How do I enable something for all CXX targets? SkySource is not the doc you can use, but the doc you do need to not understand. Implying people understand CMake and not just copy each other, lol. I mean, I understand it somewhat. It's still just, it's not intuitive. I'm trying to figure this out. So basically, we have a problem with it not doing the proper. What if I remove this? Interesting. Okay, then it just says this doesn't exist. But didn't we write this? Shouldn't it exist still? So we need, oh, I see. It's a thing. So that's just because we don't have enough features from C++20. Yeah, it uses C++20 language features, yes. So can I run just echo? It's trying to use G++ to link main.cpp into echo. And then it says can't find standard C++ or libm. Okay, Sarade. One option, we could make these libraries actually present on LensorOS sysroot, and then everything will be found even though there's nothing in them. Very cursed, but it is an option. Just thinking about that. Why'd we run ranlib for libc.a? What are you doing? So it built all of libc, all of our libc, and then it says, herp, can't do it. It can't link because it's trying to link with standard C++ by default. Ranlib makes a .a file, I see. So it says, yeah, just add 2 empty libs. That may be the stupid solution that we have to do. libm. There doesn't even have to be anything here, does there? Let's see. That didn't work. User libm slash. I mean, we're probably gonna have to put code into a lib standard C++ anyway at some point, so. libm slash, I don't even know what to call this. Main.cpp, sure, why not? And then we're gonna copy libc, except it's way simpler. I don't think we're gonna need this. Because that's set in the top level of LensorOS builds. Add library M, target include directories, current lister, and standard include. Target sources, nothing. We really just don't need that. I mean, we could, I guess, put main.cpp. Yes, all of these things. Because I don't know if all of this is really necessary, but I don't think we need this. We're just gonna... There's nothing to install. Linking with libgcc. I don't think we even need to do that. Is this gonna work? I don't think this is gonna work. I don't know why. I feel like I'm forgetting something. libm. Why not? Still have no such file or directory. So we may... Are we creating... It's not creating anything. Okay. Why? Why? What have I done? I'm gonna write it in C. Yeah. Hopefully this works. Sometimes it doesn't. Hey, Emacs is still running. It worked. Does it work in C? I gotta know. If it doesn't work in C, I'm gonna cry. If it's still trying to link with standard C++ and libm, I'm just gonna like give up. It's gonna be bad. So I think we might have to pass like no standard lib and no default include and no, you know what I mean? I think we might have to do the ringer like we do in libc. Right? Like I think we may have to do all of this and this for every CXX program, which is gonna suck. I don't even want to think about that right now. Is it used as get reset? Yeah, yeah, pretty much. What do we do? Main.c. Size ti equals 0. While args. What am I doing? While I is less than argv. Need to printf %s pointer argv. Nah, argv at I plus plus. All right. I'll do this. And then if I is I plus 1 is less than argc, jar space. Cody Great Life says, reminds Soding and Ziglang. Ah, yes, that's not gonna go well. Hey, it works. What do you know? So I have to figure out, I've got to add that to my to-do then. Hey. Well, we can run echo, and it works. So that's fun. Org mode did not load. You okay there, bud? Emacs, please. Yeah, org mode is not able to run. Okay. I actually did this, so I can't change that. Well, this is going to be rough. I did this. I really got to restart my Emacs. It's screwing me over, man. Basically, I'd like to write... What? Where am I at? C++ programs in user space break to all hell. They are trying to link with the shell standard C++ and dash LM. Also, that's the wrong thing. Okay. I'm just gonna have to do this myself. It's kind of a mess. It's 11:22. It is Sunday, and it's the 19th. Okie doke. That's something I gotta work on. Echo now works, presumably. We can't pass it arguments yet, but presumably it does print them. And yeah, basically, what we are going to now need to do is go into standard out, our shell, and make it so we can actually run this. 11 a.m. or p.m.? a.m. I run on 24-hour time. So, file path, args. Array of pointers, null terminated array of pointers to null terminated strings. Pass to exec syscall. What's the V word? Inherent skeleton. What's up? Izzadeush says, and in 8 minutes, it's about to be Monday here. Fall cry. We have big difference in time. Yeah, that's almost statistically the most common thing. Inherent skeleton says Vim. You can mention Vim. We don't mind. You can like Vim. You can use Vim. I use Emacs. That's all. For now... Where's exec? Okay. This is going to be interesting. Cody Great Life says editor doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter which one you use. It does matter that you have a good editor. Because if I had to like use ed all the time, it's going to be rough. Basically, I have to now do some things to the command. So, what do I do? What do I do? The command is basically just a big buffer. So I say if strcmp blah blah blah, yes. These could probably become mem compares, but that's fine. So to actually parse we need to command is going to be equal to echo args.pushback. We don't really have pushback because this is C, so we don't have a vector. So we could have an index into a static array. It's not really ideal, but it's doable. So we say like args array at blah index is equal to 69. But before we do this, free all strings in args array. Or could they be, if they're spans, that would be nicer. Javesmear says, good evening. Zadish says, I use VS Code. Interesting. Yeah, we're probably going to have to do this for now. Okay, so find first white space or null character. That's the end of command. Yeah? So let's just do this simply. This is going to be, we can't call it command. So we're going to call it, what do we call it? Parsed command. It's going to equal null. So if we find a null character, we can just use the command buffer. But then we don't have to free this, so it's kind of a mess anyway. Yeah, I think we just copy it no matter what. So find first white space or null character. That's the end of command. So I believe Stursispen. Let's go look at it. Is it in string? Don't remember. Yes. So Stursispen finds all characters, the span of characters that are not rejected. Interestingly, we can't use a null terminator here very well because that will just be treated as the end of the reject string. So we may have to do this kind of ourselves, but we'll see how this goes. I think this actually, well, this will also stop if the source string runs out. Because it says while pointer to source, which is the character, if it's null, we'll stop. Okay. Inherent Skeleton says it annoys people. Stursispen. We basically want to do command and look for our first space, or /t or /n. I think that's enough white space. This could grow eventually to any delimiters we want to add as well. We could do semicolon, right? Find first white space, null, semicolon, or null character. That's the end of parsed command. Sure. We'll just call this expression separator. Okie doke. And this should give us an offset, which is going to be command length. And then we can say parsed command equals malloc parsed command length +1 memcopy into parsed command from command parsed command length. That's a const char pointer. We don't want that. Here's malloc parse command at parse command length 0. Oop. There we go. Now command should equal to echo, and we can guarantee this with our basic printf. Yeah, I'm a genius. Oh my. By printing parsed command. Get push, get paid. Follow. Thank you so much. What a good name. Oh, the only time in history I am actually at pi followers, 314. To two digits of precision. It looks like we're parsing it properly. We were just leaking the memory, don't worry about that. So now we actually have to use this parsed command everywhere we were using command here. Sure. I didn't want to change that last one. Is there a way to go back? If file exists, copy from the parsed command. Skip that. I didn't want to. How do I skip? I forgot how to skip and query replace. Unrecognized command. How do I skip? Ret or Q to exit. So am I being N to skip? Craziness. Okay, there we go. And then I think I changed a thing up here I shouldn't have. Perfect. So how do I'm kind of curious if osdev has anything on that. Hey. Well, we can still run things. That's a good sign. Echo. It says unrecognized command, sorry. Okay, so what if I do blaze it? Blah, blah, blah. It still says unrecognized command. Which means that the file didn't exist because we're copying from parsed command. What? We have a prefix. We're just trying to join the prefix to the path. We call this offset because that's how far into command we wrote, but that's not true anymore. Offset is actually going to be parsed command length now, I think. And then we want to have path plus prefix length, parsed command, path length minus prefix length. Okay, that should be fine. And we should be able to find the file and look for it. Let's see. Get push, get paid. That's a really good name. Okay, it says couldn't find file at invalid translation. Sorry. Yeah, it doesn't do that. So honestly, if we can't translate the file name and the driver, we should probably just pass through the long file name that we were passed, untranslated. That way we can search for that. So it's just passing echo ASDF. Interesting. So path is fs0 bin. Prefix length is 9. Path length is 10 plus parsed command length. This is interesting. Executable with space in its name. Yeah. This smells like an off by 1 error. Possibly. Prefix length gets us +9, so we should start writing there. Parsed command, path length minus prefix length. Path length is basically prefix length +1 plus parsed command length. Parsed command length is presumably 4 and working. Is it though? That's not the proper specifier. That's not an int. I really gotta like write my own M tools. That's just more efficient. Or like make patches to M tools maybe. Yeah, it seems to be working. Oh, it's not working. 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should be 7. But it refers to the whole thing. So what's going on there? Parsed command length. Am I using the wrong one? It should be the reject ones. Am I going crazy? Idea for further streams, ed. It would be easier to just port ed because it's written in like C89. You could probably already compile it. A little bit of libc and would go a long way. So we get Sterling on reject. It's all this stuff. This is reject, which means that if source does not equal reject, go on equals true and break. So we say that it's not equal to any of these. And if any of the characters is equal to any of these, we break and we return ret, which is ++, which is the index we need. Am I going crazy? There's a space here. But this is just going to the end of the string no matter what. Do we skip one? Am I crazy? We'll see. Cody Great Life says from scratch. Is it worth it? No one's ever going to use it. I'd rather write like an Emacs, like a Lisp style text editor. Personally. Yeah, it's still not working right. What am I doing wrong here? I feel like that is a bug, because when we check pointer source here, it should be the same as pointer source here. We're just printing parsed command length. Parsed command is malloc +1, blah, blah, blah. Mem copy parsed command from command, parsed command length equals 0. If parsed command length, try to see if it's a thing. Otherwise end up here. Using parsed command length, parsed command. I don't see command anywhere here. We're passing it path. Path is allocated here. Are there breakpoints in Emacs? I don't know what that means. Breakpoints in what sense? I'm confused as to how this isn't going well. So parsed command length is just wrong. Did I like implement strcspin and strspin backwards, or am I just getting them backwards now? What was I just talking about? Was just strspin with plugins. Is it used as breakpoints as in debugging, Lens? You could add a breakpoint to a line and it'll dump all the vars, stack and pause the execution. You could then proceed step by step. Debugging Emacs itself? You can debug Emacs all you want. You can set breakpoints, you can do all that. Just now it just says unrecognized command over and over. Okay. And now we're always getting, yeah, we get B1, P1, P1, because it just finds the things that aren't this. Or that, yeah. It goes, hey, the span of these characters is technically should be 0. So I think even that's wrong. Unless I'm crazy. String span returns the length of string 1, which consists only of characters that are part of string 2. Yeah, so I think we have the same bug here, where we have to do source plus plus down here instead. Debugging the program at that line. Well, Emacs is just a text editor, so no, it generally doesn't have like, oh, just insert a breakpoint and click run, because it's not an IDE. You can get there, but you can use GDB and stuff like that from within Emacs. That's all doable. You can do whatever you want in Emacs. It's an extensible text editor. Extend it how you would like. We're still getting 1, which for strspin doesn't make any sense. Return is 0, return ret, while pointer source and go on equals false. If one of them is true, go on equals true. But if go on equals false, then we still break. So we need to say if not go on break. Go on. Do we have find first of in string? You could probably implement strcspin in terms of that. I mean, if you want it to do like heap allocations, yeah. right? Wouldn't it require like copying it? It's not a whole thing. So it says nope. Still just getting 1. Which doesn't make any sense. We should be getting 0. How are we getting 1? We go through all of these. Pointer source is going to be equal to P or B or whatever. Ret is 0. I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, are we returning 1? Am I just not smart? Sure spin. You could just use a string view. So you're saying that I could do this. It'd be great if this works. So we're going to have to create a string view from source and create a string view from accept. But we're going to have to call find first of. Do we have find first not of? No, we have find last of. That's unfortunate. Good a time as any. Isn't this way more complicated? So find first not of. It's just we have to do this, but we have to do this. And then we can say right? Hopefully that makes sense. If we find first not of one of the things, well, if any of them are true, it'll be false, right? Shouldn't it be this? Am I wrong? So find first not of means that as soon as we find one of, we can say, hey, we found this break. Can't I just return I here? This is kind of weird. So this would be find first of, but we need to say that when we find first not of. So when we find it, we need to say if not found. I think you can just do not equals and that's it. So here's my quandary. Find first not of. This is our input. Find first not of A, S, D, or F. Then A is going to be compared against A, S, D, and F. But as soon as we find A, we can continue. I don't think that's right, Sarid. Because as soon as we find A, we can continue. And if we went on to say, oh, if this doesn't equal found equals false and break, then that's wrong. So it says, I hate string functions. I don't. I like this stuff. It's like a linked list. So as soon as we find one that is of, we know that it isn't the one that we need. So we can actually break after saying found equals true. Okay, I'm starting to get it now. But then if not found, return I, because that would mean that we did not find any in this loop. Cool. And then also this. That would be a confusing one. Okay. Value computed is not, yeah, that's fine. I think you might be able to use standard none of here, perhaps. I don't think we have, do we have that? Did I do that? It still doesn't work. I did change stir span, right? I don't think the C function is ever supposed to return npos, return type and return value. Wait. So size t, basically, what do we have? What do we get from find first not of? What does that return? A size t, right? Then we have to say, like, if out is equal to standard string npos, return what? Otherwise, return out. What do we return? 0? Plus, we're getting 1. We're not getting 0. Expected comma. Oh. Size. Swade says a size to your npos if not found. That's when I asked what does this return. So if it's npos, we return 0. Otherwise, we. I think it'd return the length of the string. Interesting. So it would be out dot size or something. Not out. Isn't Sturzman supposed to use find first of? No. You have it backwards. Because we need to get all the characters that are in the thing, so we need to find the first not in that thing to get the end. This is why I hate string.h. I don't hate it. It still just returns 1. I feel like we're not even calling the right function. Like, are we even here? Can we do anything? Hello? Is anybody there? Are you actually rebuilding libc? Or are you lying to me? Kostrahan, Dr. Vim, thank you so much for the follows. Cody Great Life says, it's getting late, I'll go to bed. Good luck writing Echo. Thank you. Yeah, mayhap, I mean, technically we wrote Echo, we just can't call it or parse the command line yet. Because we have a broken everything. I don't think this function's even being called somehow. So install libc should be running because it's part of all. What if it doesn't run? Install libc. If it just wasn't running the install libc for no reason, that'd be kind of annoying. Hey, that's better. We're now not printing a number, which is a little worrying. Well, we're at least running the proper thing now. But are we not printing a number? Does printf not handle the 0 case? I'm pretty sure we can printf 0. We should probably test that. It's not going to build this time, but it will next time. We just get a bunch of empty space. So let's try again now that we have the 0 in there. Hopefully we see a 0. If not, it's going to be quite interesting. We don't see a 0. Well, I guess we know what's happening there. Everything's broken. Percentage I or D. So if I is equal to max digits, which means temp val, see if it's 0, it'll never happen. So basically, if I is equal to max digits, digit minus I equals 0. And then we print digits at 0. It is less than digits 0 plus max digits and pointer it plus plus it. So this writes to the end. Is this meant to do it backwards? What am I looking at? It's definitely meant to be going backwards. You can probably call standard print in vfprintf, lol. We'd still have to do all the VA args and stuff, but yeah, we can. This is a little bug here. This loop was never reversed, even though it should have been. It equals digits at I. It is less than max digits. I see, we just write them in reverse from the end. I'm getting it now. So we don't need to reverse the loop. It's actually just that we start writing wherever I is, which is, yeah. Well, that'll fix that. I think int val args int standard print stream val should do it, right? Honestly, I don't know. Possibly. That'd be great. Well, we get zeros now, so that's fun. We can go ahead and commit that change. We can't because my Emacs is broken. Okay. Basically, can I do -p even if I give it a path? We're gonna see. It does work. States that hunk. Beautiful. Fix invisible 0 with vfprintf %d and %i specifiers. Cool. Oh god, using backticks in quotes. It's fine, right? Did I screw it up? Should have done one line. Yeah, it's fine. That wouldn't work in a POSIX compliant shell. I'd have to escape the backticks, right? That's what I hate about POSIX, is that you do have to escape like everything. Well, that's fun. We fixed that little bug. We can now print 0. And now we have to wonder why Sturspan is getting 0. Am I crazy? So, is it saying it starts with one of these? It doesn't make any sense. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Did I just... what am I doing with my life? I gotta stop saying things. Thread, were you right? I think you may have been right. You can also just use single quotes. What's the difference? What are single quotes are like raw strings, I guess, would be the difference then? Oh, Pog, we can run programs again. Oh, I didn't test the actual thing I needed to test, so that's Pog. Yeah, Sarade, I think I just totally, like, convinced you the wrong thing somehow. I'm sorry for dismissing you. I'm pretty sure you were right. Backticks and $parens aren't expanded in single quotes. I see. Hey. You can now pass parameters. Not really, because we don't parse the parameters, but you can now pass parameters and have the command not be fucked up. Hooray. And that's also a much better implementation. This, by the way, this libc, we can't look at git blame because my Emacs is fucked up. I really should just restart it. You guys okay with that? Let's do a little Emacs restart. It'll be a little fucky wucky, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. First of all, I gotta set up chat again. This is going to be, I need to load this. Okay. Perfect. A little smaller. A little smaller. A little taller. I'll get there, don't worry. Test, test. Hey! Display line numbers, mode line format. What else? What else? ERC fill mode. Go up one. Clear. Next. Okay. Pog. Oh, I didn't enable my mode. There we go. Okay. Where were we? Okay, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. We made it back. We were in user standard out main.c. And we were doing stir spin. And then we were probably about to replace string.cpp stir cspin with our stir spin implementation, basically. And then this is going to be find first not a reject. A little bit of fucky wucky should be fine. Oh yeah, one thing I can do now, hopefully, is run maggot blame. Yes, this will run. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. It works. How wonderful. Okay. So beautiful. We now have stir cspin, blah, blah, blah. There's a big fix that I can post now to string.cpp. We don't actually need format. So discard that region. That was just for print. We just need string. Technically, with our implementation, we don't need string and string view. They're the same file, but it's fine. It's fine. This is one of the biggest things that we have to add, which is that user libc actually needs to install itself to be installed. Thought this was running because it's an all and depends on C, but nope. That's a big fix. We can now push from here. Beautiful. So much easier. And then string.cpp. I'm just gonna do, what am I gonna do? libc fix string.h stir spin slash stir cspin. Update those to use C++ string view functions. Sure. No. Too much. Inherent skeleton, too much. That should be good. Okay, we have some good bug fixes there. Oh, we might actually want to implement that. That's probably important as well. So this is going to be C++ standard, implement standard string, find first not of, also for string views. Inherent skeleton says, yeah, cool, understandable. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm going to add this to the to-do. And say C++ horribly broken at the moment. Some reason there are ridiculous things going on with linking. It's attempting to link with LM, with libm and lib C++, standard lib, standard C++, which is, at the very least, not ideal. They don't exist. Cool. What do we got? Kernel heap. Please no. Don't print unless debug heap is defined. Mention mapping, yeah, cool. That's right, then we have all the exec changes. Which I guess I still kind of want to test. So we have to now parse. So let's do const char pointer. Oh, it can just be a char pointer. And this is going to be arg start, which equals parsed command. No, just command plus parsed command length. I want to have arg start skip past. How do I do this? Equals arg start plus. I guess I could do plus equals. And then I want to find the span of characters. I think I'm just dumb. I had this reversed. I'm pretty sure I reversed these totally wrong. Remember when I said I was reversing things? I was reversing things once more. That's fantastic. Because remember I changed this to stir span and then I'd never changed it back. That was my mistake. Oops. Let's just make sure. Stir cspan is meant to find, can you show me stir cspan? Stir cspan. Get span until character in string, which means we have to find first not of these things. C string to be scanned, C string containing the characters to match. So the length of the initial part of string 1 not containing any of the containers that are part of string 2. So it seems like with stir cspan, we'd have to find first of. Is that what I just changed it to? That is what I just changed it to. Okay, yeah, we're right. And it should work. Gotta love getting things backwards. The important thing is to remember no one's perfect. Oops. Stir cspan. Or backwards. It failed. Wonderful. Why did it fail? These aren't errors. Where's the error? Here it is. Too few arguments to stir span. Ah, yes. Did I just leave it? Where did I put stir span? Oh, I put it down here. Yeah, I'm a genius. Don't worry. So I'm going to do something like const char pointer const. It's technically not white space. It's more like expression separator, but it doesn't matter. Sraid says, honestly, the fact that you have to carefully read the docs to make sure what it actually does is why I tend to dislike these functions. Yeah. Whereas with find first of, it's pretty clear what it does, I'd say. Just do stirspin because who needs function arguments anyway, right? It's true, they're just for funsies anyway. Who really cares about them? So I want to skip all the white space at the beginning of arg start. I want to then say arg end is equal to this thing. At arg start. And this is going to be arg start plus blah. I could also just get the same as above and do parsed arg length equal to this thing. Right? And now I basically need to do this until this returns 0 or this returns 0. Is that true? Well, I don't really care about this. I just care about this returning 0. Okay. So then I can say if parsed arg length break. Well, I guess I can just do while parsed arg length. Yeah, it's not really going to work. We're doing forever. Oh, that smells good. Oh. I was so confused there. Okay, where are we at? So forever, parse things until we can't parse things no mo. This isn't gonna work. Arg start is equal to arg start plus equals parsed arg length. Sure. And then we have to do argument. Where are we going to keep these arguments? Args array at index. That's right. That's how we do everything here. Make another static. A char array. This is actually going to be a char pointer array, args. I think that's a reasonable amount of arguments. We'll just add it here. Why not? Max command length, output length. Max arg count. Sure. Okay. Eventually this should all go in like a... It shouldn't be like this. This is all very temporary. Don't worry. This is not how you should write programs, by the way. This is just like I keep adding stuff to make things work, and I'm not thinking about the architecture or anything. It's like how Unix was designed, basically. What do we actually do? We now need a static usize args it. And now we need to say char pointer arg equals malloc parsed arg length plus 1 arg parsed arg length equals 0. So it says, I agree that there's a better way of writing programs. For instance, one could use C++ instead. I mean, one could, but I can't. We tried earlier, I remember. Copy into arg from arg start, parsed arg length. Thanks. This might be an off by one error. We'll see. At beginning of arg. This is just some basic lexing, really. Okay, so we get this argument, and then we have to say args at argit is equal to arg. Then we presumably go on to use it. This is a null terminated array, so we then have to do args at argsit is equal to null. But yeah, you're right. C++ would be better. I'm working on it. I'll have to figure out why that default linking stuff happens and how to stop it. Yes, we're now doing this, but we need to free all the strings in the array. Okay, so for char pointer string equals argsit 0, string plus string, free string. That's not right. Char pointer equals args pointer string, free pointer string. Okay. Alex RQ gives it first time chat. IDE? It's Emacs, baby. This is Emacs. The wonderful world of GNU. Welcome. Saraid says +1. I gotta add +1 as like a thumbs up. That didn't go well. We had an invalid pointer to free. What do you know? So, what are we doing here? Ah, that would be interesting. Sraid says C moment. Sorta. So we have a char pointer string, which equals args, which is a char pointer array. Value equals and args at 0, exactly. Then we do ++ string until pointer string is null, which means we should never try to free null. Ah. Yeah. Kind of obvious. So we never actually initialized like it to 0. Size of args is going to be right? I'm probably going to have to do size of args over size of... No, that should work. If args is an array, then sure. Yeah, it's a static array. We also, another thing I realized is that we're going to have to reset args iterator here. So we're going to be able to run 1. Yeah, that one didn't go so well. I keep thinking that this is echo and not the shell and got extremely confused by the fact that this file is 500 lines of code. Lamau. Yeah, it's just not going well. We're freeing invalid pointers somehow. Maybe we're trying to double free because we're not setting to 0 here. So we have to, the mem set needs to happen here as well. This is the worst. I can't wait to get rid of this program. It's the worst program in existence. Technically, we only have to go up to args it. Yep. Still doing it wrong. Also, I wish it didn't triple fault. Invalid pointer. What do you want from me? I don't get it. I truthfully don't get it. How is pointer string not a valid pointer? We literally just set it here. Malloc free. I'm not really getting it. I'm not really getting it. We malloc a thing, we mem copy into that thing. We say args at argsit plus plus equals arg, arg star plus args, argsit equals null. This is plus plus, so it'll leave it at the one after, so it'll be a null terminated array of const char pointers, or char pointers to be more specifically, and then we should be able to free those until they're null, and it should be fine. What if I set them to null here instead of using memset? Codefiliac says, I'd help you, but I don't understand jack shit about C. Feels bad, man. I need to get good. You're never good at C. No, humans are never good at anything. We're just mildly mediocre. Just remove free and call it a feature. Yeah. Yeah, that's one option. Don't free memory. That's Zabrabras. I'm glad you like my stuff. That is the same condition. So pointer string in a condition, like in an if, is the same as pointer string does not equal 0. Null is equal to 0. So it's the same condition. We can't free null here. That was interesting. I should probably check on that. write everything in JavaScript and deploy it to a cloud. That's the answer. So we traversed the entire... Okay, it's not a double free. It's just an invalid pointer. What are we trying to free then? What in the world? I don't even know if we have %p. Yeah, we don't have %p. So we don't have %p. We're just gonna print it as a decimal number. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I don't see another quick solution. Other than adding %p, which seems a little funky. Well, might as well try. We basically have to write a hex number with OX before it, right? And then we put a hex number. Can we do like standard print maybe? We can hope. I didn't cast it. It's not going to work. There's lots of uses for having a void pointer, CodeFiliac. Zarias says make an npm package. Yeah, that'll help. So we need to do this to like a size t or something. The point of having a void pointer is that it's just an address. It doesn't refer to any object in memory, it just refers to the actual address itself. That's all. It can refer to any actual object in memory. Or no object in memory. Hells151 says, hey, what's up, Hells? Just says assertion failed. We didn't print anything. That might be why. CodeFiliac says, so you essentially don't care about the data type, only about the address. Exactly. I'm so confused. Sarade, did I screw this up really bad? This should print out an address, right? I mean, technically we could just have it do this. There's even like an address printout for void pointers, I believe. This should print out an address, right? Why? Why? Just braces should work. Okay. We're not printing anything out. It's just assertion failed. Destroying init process. Oh god. So we're basically crashing the init process, which is causing some problems apparently. And no address gets printed out or anything. Where's all the frees in this place? Free path. Free string. So if just to be clear, if I remove the free, it'll work. Almost guaranteed. Which I don't understand at all. I just don't get how we're not printing things. I don't get how we're not. Hells asks, do you guys have to deal with machine code stuff since it's a compiler? It just depends on the back end. Technically, the compiler itself just produces IR, and then each of the backends converts it into anything. Yeah, when the init process exits, I'm sure that'll go well. See, why aren't Blaze? Shouldn't we be printing one? So this is printing this one. It's working. These are proper addresses that are on the heap. We should just be able to free these fucking things. Sir Aid, I'm not sure your heap implementation is working. So it says ignore that this is the init process. It's so annoying. Why aren't we printing anything here? Right? It just says no. Invalid pointer. So it says, I'm not sure my heap implementation is correct either. Ugh. Can you at least tell me what it is? What's a free list? What's an alloc header? An alloc header is a pointer, a size, next, and previous. What is the pointer to? Is this like the payload? Is this the heap pointer? Where are these headers stored? Should you check the size here? Oh, this is just allocate new header. Okay. So if we get here, we're saying find alloc block failed. So we need find alloc block. And it just says while block, if block putter equals putter, return block, block equals block next, otherwise return null putter. In case standard IO buffering is the problem, there is some standard format wrapper function that uses write syscall to print without using standard IO. I mean, does it really matter? It's line buffered, right? Before we call free. I'd be surprised if it's line buffering isn't printing this. Yeah, it shouldn't be the problem. Okay, just for funsies, Sir Aid, what is the implementation of standard C++ to actually open a file? Because it can't use libc, so does it have to use syscalls? And if it uses syscalls, so it says fstreams. I know like the C++ way, how are those implemented? How do you actually open something? Do you use fopen? If we use fopen, then we can't have the libc depend on the standard C++, or it's going to be like a bootstrapping nightmare. And it just says assertion failed right after we do it. Okay. So it says I'd have to check. All right. That was just something I was thinking about. Irregular forms. So weird how it doesn't print anything. We just get assertion failed false free. This is so dumb. Fstream use files, at least in libstandard C++. Doesn't that kind of break everything? So it says no. Libstandard C++ is allowed to depend on libc. And libc is allowed to depend on libstandard C++. Captain Prophet, thank you so much for the follow. Harahoa, we're up to 318. Oh, that's just on Twitch. Be sure to check out my YouTube, check out the Discord, get announcements every time I go live. glibc doesn't, as far as I know, but it should work, I'd say. It's not so much of a circular dependency as it's too simply being the same library in our case. Pretty much. So yeah, no idea why this doesn't work, right? No idea why it doesn't print anything. We're kind of just fucked. Seems like it. Yeah, I've got nothing. I guess I just move on to something else. It just doesn't work. Can't really pass arguments. What could I be doing wrong? Pointer string. Args. Args. Arg. I don't know how this could be misconstrued. Unless the return value of malloc is like null or wrong. Which would be really bad. Should probably just say if not arg break or something. I don't know what to do. Well, fuck you too. I mean, it's just stupid because there's only like 3 places where we touch args. We make sure it's 0 by mem setting it to 0. Yep, that was the goal, Sabrabres. But it's not gonna happen, I don't think. I mean, hope we could try. Run program rate pid args. What? Discards qualifiers in nested pointer types. Isn't casting to const fine? Why is this complaining? Shut up. It's like, you have a char pointer. You can't pass a const char pointer. Like, isn't that the whole point? What? Ah, wonderful. Now we just triple fault right away. So much better. Am I like missing something huge? Am I an idiot? Char pointer array of args. Naturally, there's only one answer why this may be going wrong. This is obviously a Windows problem. It has absolutely nothing to do with Windows, but it obviously is. Shaking my head. That sounds about right. Cool, so now we just triple fault, so that's fun. Gotta love triple faulting all the time. It's my fucking favorite. I truthfully don't understand what's going wrong. The triple fault is in user space and the kernel is fine, so that's progress. I mean, we don't know that this isn't in the kernel. It could absolutely be in the kernel. There's plenty of kernel addresses here that would make us think that. Kernel stack. Yeah, kernel stack. It's a kernel triple fault. So stupid. I'm pretty sure I'm just an idiot. Like, I have 0 brain cells. Because it's like, for sure, none of this works. What? Interrupt syscalls failed. Okay. So I guess I didn't write that right. Fantastic. Excuse me? This. So it says now it's probably more due to the fact that memory management in C is a pain. I mean, maybe. It doesn't seem that complicated. You populate an array of pointers, you free the array of pointers. That's it. It's very simple. Just can't get it through my thick skull how to do it, apparently. Fantastic. Just prints empty strings forever. Cool. So yeah, this just crashes. So this is just wrong. So that's fun. I got nothing. I just can't even print args. It just goes, oh yeah, can't. Like, seriously? I just don't get how this doesn't work. We call run program waitpid here, before which we set up args, and we say args at argsit equals null, which if there's no arguments is 0, which means, guess fucking what? 0 is null, so it should just say, okay, it's a pointer that points to null. So we'll say, oh, it's not null, but it points to null, so don't do anything, and then just go on. But apparently it going on doesn't work. That's not right. Like that. Inherent skeleton says, is that the right free being called there? What do you mean? So we get to end args, so that's cool. At what point are we screwing this up? While args and pointer args. We need that here as well. Zealin, Captain Prophet, thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it so much. Welcome to the community. Hey, we can finally run things without arguments. Ah, wonderful. Okay. Fix the kernel. It's gonna break things. Should be a for loop. So it says pog. Hey, we did it. We got back to where we were before. Okay. Is everything going to blow up still? That is the question. Okay, yes it is. Okay, fuck you. But hey, we got an argument. So can we try and run it once? Can we run echo hello world and then crash next time we run a program? That would be great if we can get once working. For fuck's sakes. So I'm gonna run echo. Well, it ran once, that's for sure. It may have printed echo. Interesting little thing about echo. We didn't skip argc1. That's probably important. Invocation not needed. When you don't have a debugger yet, what? I have a debugger. We have debuggers. Good thing we still have the old printf debugging, but when you do not have printf, it gets even funnier. Yeah, that's like the beginning of osdev. You have to figure out how to write to uart all by yourself. There's no debugging. There's no seeing what variables are. It's like, yep, step through it in GDB or figure it out logically. It didn't, I don't think it worked. It's not printing things. We did pass hello, so that's a good sign. And then we have an invalid free. Wish we could see what we freed. So do I have to do string and pointer string? That would be kind of ridiculous. Because args should never be null. It refers to a static thing. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. Okay. Nope, still just says no. Apparently we're not printing anything. Should be after end args, freeing path 2, we should see hello, but we don't. Is argc being set in the elf floater? There's so many things that could be wrong right now. So yeah, we write onto the stack args.size. What is args? Args is the thing we're past, I believe. Yeah, so we're good there. That's however many we were past. How many arguments? Shouldn't it be args.size plus 1? Because there's always 1. Because the invocation is part of argv, is it not? Am I just crazy? I thought I implemented that at some point. Copy arguments contents to the stack, keeping track of addresses. Yes. Yes, yes. So make sure it's null terminated. Push back the top address. This is for every string in args. Interesting. I wonder if what I did was just go to kstage1 like an idiot and make argv contain that. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yep, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I understand. Okay, so the problem was we're not passing the executable path. Dot data, sure, as an argument in exec, which basically meant that our argc was always off by 1. Esbrabes, I don't know how to say it. Sabaros? Yep, I did implement once printf on STM32 via UART without HAL. It was interesting to do. HAL like 9000? Sprabra says, oh yeah, arg0 needs to be the name of the program. Sorta. Damn. I still don't get it, man. We're freeing an invalid pointer at some point, right after typing echo hi. What do we free? Not kstage1, what am I doing? We don't free anything in here, but when we say, when it equals /n, so when c equals to getchar and it does not equal /n, so if it equals /n, we break the while, set commanded offset, fput c, we do white space, stir c span, malloc, memcopy. So there's no freeze in here, right? Let's just make sure. Is it like the destructor of string view that's broken? Something like that? Does string view try to free the underlying memory? The destructor of string view is a no-op. How do we get to this assertion failed then? How are we not printing anything? We just say echo hello, and we don't even get here. Where is it? Is it in fputc? I just don't understand where we're crashing. I just don't get it. So, like, what's happening? We just, as soon as I press, it's like get char is causing a free. Doesn't make any sense. I just don't get how we're not printing anything. Like, how can we're calling get char, I press enter, and then we don't get here. You understand? Like, I don't get it. Do I need to flush? I'll do it. This is probably what someone was mentioning when they said, is that the right free being called there? They meant like, is that the, are you looking at the proper invocation? Okay, echo hello here, there. Okay, it was flush. So line buffering doesn't seem to be working. Or for some reason it's fully buffered by default. What? So yeah, line buffering doesn't seem to be working very well. Still had here, there. Okay. So, do I... This is dumb. Hey, we did it. I mean, I didn't fix it, but I figured it out. That's progress. We can now print an error and figure stuff out. Also, the standard print thing worked, so that's good. So you understand my confusion. We allocate an argument and then we free an argument and it doesn't exist. But it's not a double free, so we didn't free it already. It just says it doesn't exist. So, Sir Aid, I think the heap's broken. Unless I'm missing something major. Pretty sure the heap's broken. We find a free block, remove the block from the free list, add the block to the allocated list. So we find a free block of bytes size, allocate a new block, make sure we have enough space in the heap for the block and the memory we need to allocate. So we have size of allocator, heap putter, bytes. It's greater than, what? Okay, so this is an array. That should be greater than or equal to, fairly certain. Because we don't have this address. So if it's equal to this address, we don't have that many bytes available. Fairly certain. Allocate memory for the block, allocate the memory. And then we say block putter is a char pointer, size bytes, next alloc list. If alloc list prev equals block, alloc list equals block. Return the pointer to the allocated memory. Is LensorOS a mix of C++ and C? It's mostly C++. As far as the kernel goes, user space right now is focused on C simply because that's what I know how to write. I don't really know C++ tricks or in depth. It's like, I can take advantage of writing auto instead of a long type name. But yeah, LensorOS isn't hitched to any one language. The kernel is in C++. That's about it. That's like the one thing I'm will hold fast. So that's realloc implementation. We just So it's saying, does libc assert take a format string or just a message? Probably just a message. Okay. What if I just kind of cheat? So, Sarade, the confusing thing is that we're going to include the C++ standard in libc. And then in the standard C++ implementation, we're going to include libc. And they're basically going to call each other. It's kind of like mutual recursion almost. Why are you unhappy? What? What are you doing? Formatter. Why? What? We don't have a void pointer formatter right now? Even after I included format. It says nah. Well, that's annoying. I don't know why that's not working. Can I use printf? Weird. Interesting. Okay. I don't actually see anything here. Once again, I gotta do the stupid flush. The stupid flush. But yeah, I probably only have like, I don't know, 20 more minutes, 40 more minutes, something like that. I may be able to go for longer, but it'd be, put me in a rush. Well, the heap is definitely broken, Sarade. It's a little broken for sure. Find Alec block. I'm just gonna say looking for block with footer got footer. /n is supposed to force flush in printf anyway. Yeah, it's supposed to. Beautiful. So we got a page fault right away, even though I didn't change libc. So it's trying to printf and flush standard out, presumably before printf and standard out have been set up or initialized. This is annoying. So I can't print here. Yeah, in standard libcpp, there are other functions for printing. There's also underscore, underscore right, and underscore right putter, but those are a bit clumsy. What are these other, what's the API? Yeah, still doesn't work. User space just crashes. Because it's dereferencing 40. This is so tiring. So it says also I was gone for a bit. What did I miss? Yeah, the heap's broken. So apparently there's debug underscore print and it's in abi.cpp actually. I see. No wonder I couldn't find it. So we have this pointer. This is what malloc returns. This is what we call free on. And then it says this. The heap don't work. At all. We get a pointer from malloc, we pass it back to free, and the entire program crashes. Sir Aid, why? We don't even print anything. So apparently nothing was ever freed, which makes sense, because nothing can ever be freed. Otherwise it crashes the program. So the free list is empty, always. So what do we do here? We just have to accept, like, okay, find alloc block. The stupid part is find alloc block is fine, so it's just alloc list is malformed from malloc. So malloc just doesn't work. To be fair, I wrote this malloc implementation in like 15 minutes, so it's not really that well thought out. And then just never free memory kappa. Yeah, that'll go well. That will go well. We find a free block, and if we find it, we say free putter previous next equals putter next. We basically remove it from the list it's in. Whatever list it's in, it's been removed. This handles popping the head off of the free list. Free putter next equals alloc list. Alloc list prev equals free putter. Alloc list equals free putter. That should be fine. Here we see the same thing. Next equals alloc list. If alloc list, previous equals block. Alloc list equals block. Cool. Block putter equals putter. What about free putter prev? It should be null, presumably from allocate header. That's not necessarily true if we try and reuse one. Should probably do this, yeah? I guess not, because then we still have to do it. Equals null footer, yeah? Because this is the head of the list. Can do the same thing here, it doesn't really matter. We're only forward iterating, so it really shouldn't matter. Unless there's like some crazy merging of alloc headers going on. The kernel has a perfectly fine heap. I feel like we should have just copied that. I mean, it doesn't, it's just alignment isn't great. Still just false. What are all the blocks we're searching? Does it matter that this is a char putter and this is a void putter? Didn't appear to make a big difference. It's like it's actually going and getting the character at the address. Like, why are we getting 40? This doesn't make any sense. The whole heap is broken. Doesn't make any sense. We have a block with an address of 40. It's just an optimization, Sabaros. So we just can't print the alloc list out. We get this page fault, address 40. What are you doing, Sir8? What have you done? How have you broken things? Yep, it's broken. So alloc list is just not valid. We allocate a header, set its stuff to null. Then we allocate the memory, get putter. We say block putter equals putter. We not do this. Rixodia, thank you so much. Hassan Ashkar, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, that's not working. Well, I've got nothing. I'm gonna go grab a little snack, a few things to eat, and I'll be like 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be very fast. So yeah, let me know. I'll be right back. Discuss amongst yourself what you think could be going wrong with the heat, how we can actually free two things that are identical. And then we can allocate something and then free something, and it breaks. like this. I'll probably grab a drink too. Brewing some tea. I need like a brewing tea screen or something. Oh! What just happened? It's just working now? What did I do? What? I didn't change anything. No. Can't do that. Apparently I fixed it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm grabbing a snack. This is crazy. Discuss amongst yourselves what the hell just happened. Fuck. Hey! I'm back. Hopefully that wasn't too long. I got a drink. I got some nuts. And I'm gonna put them in my mouth. That's gonna get clipped. Okay. Well, it seems to have worked rather well. Surprisingly. So that's cool. I have fixed it. Awesome. Okay. What are we doing now? Sorry, Pog? Is it Pog? Is it working? I love when software is like that. It's like you have no clue what is going on at all. Well, cool. uh, so now, well, that's cool. Okay, we did that. Fix the heap. Fixing libc heap. I can see the title already. Sabaros says fixed and refueled. That's right. Right out of the dumpster. Little do you guys know, I just did a pound of cocaine. That's why I'm so hyped now. Yeah. You know what would be really nice? We should have like Lex and AST be built-ins to the shell that print out the tokens and the AST of the eventual thing. That'd be really nice to just, you can run a command and go, that didn't work. And then you can Lex it and figure out what's it Lexing into and figure out why it doesn't work. I kind of also, I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Because then we could end up with like AST macros and things like that. I don't know. I'm thinking too far ahead because it's not even working. We're passing args. We can extract these arguments. But echo doesn't seem to be doing the proper thing. Does it? Am I crazy? So echo, just to check, it is the C version. Where did it go? Q? Oh. So it says, is this going to be a mostly POSIX compliant shell because those don't really have much of an AST? It's going to be a little different. It's going to be POSIX compliant, but you're missing a final new line. Am I? Is that literally what's hiding it? In echo. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was going to have it where there's for loops in our shell. I was going to have it where there's maybe a data structure conversion thing where you can like make a table. You know what I mean? It'd just be between shell built-ins. Bash does have for loops and arrays. Oh yeah, sure it does. Neutrino says PowerShell stuff? I mean, it's not going to be implemented like PowerShell or look like PowerShell, but PowerShell may have something like it, yeah. And I also want to have like a full Lisp interpreter, but that's just going to be a program, not the shell itself. But there may be a Lisp interpreter that I use as my shell, if that makes sense. Just make like a Node.js REPL the shell wall, or a Lisp interpreter. See, that's exactly what I was talking about, yeah. I plan on that. I want like the shell to be really useful and kind of compliant with POSIX, and then I want like some more specific shells that you can run from that shell. And it's like, oh, this one's a Lisp interpreter, this one's Lua. So it says an intercept REPL. Oh no. That would be awesome. It kind of scares me thinking about that though, because we're going to need to do like JIT, which means mmap is going to need execution priority. I feel like I really want to limit that. Neutrino says lol the PTSD. Well, we're still not printing anything out, it doesn't seem. Can I print out all the arguments? Okay. is fine. Oh, it's a little bit of an issue. That's it. I think we're going to support %ZU. It'd be smart. Well, we got something. How do we not print 0? Am I losing it? So we should print 0 then 1. Because I is 0, we print out I. I'm not sure what the hell happened there. Something's really wrong. arg is less than argv plus argc. Yeah, because if there's one argument... So it says, oh wait, f flush again? When you're calling exec in the shell? Yeah. Wait. Are you passing the program name? We pass file path to exec. I'm not sure what you're asking yet, or what you're on to. File path is just path. Path is parsed command plus prefix. You know how argv0 is the program name? Yes. Ah, so you're asking in the implementation of exec, are we pushing the path? Yes. Well, at least on Linux, it's not the kernel that does that. It's just a convention that you pass as the first param when calling exec, that is. Yeah, our version of exec currently inserts that. As far as I know. So when we replace the process, then we pass args to load user space, ELF64 process. And how does this treat args? Copy arguments contents to the stack, keeping track of addresses. Align the stack. So maybe we can't do this. No, we should be fine there. So it says, I'm currently refactoring my refactor of a web server, so bear with me, okay? Well, I'll bear with you, I promise. I enjoy having like little goose chases to go on when somebody says, is it this? So it says, I thought you were wondering why 0 isn't the program name, but maybe I was wrong. I see. Yeah, it's just that we're not printing out 0. We're printing out 1, but we're not printing out 0. How, when we start with I equal to 0 and print out I in a for loop, Are we not printing out 0? Right? Maybe I need to do like /n/n, something like that. Oh, that felt so good. See, it just doesn't make any sense. See, we're printing out like 4. I don't really understand. And then we're not printing out any of these things. I didn't see anything really go better that time. So maybe I'm just an idiot. I feel like that's a common occurrence on this channel, me being an idiot. Are we not f-flushing at the end? That would be dumb. If when we're exiting libc, do we not f-flush standard out and standard air? Standard IO Fini should do that. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have helped anyway. We get a bunch of new lines, though. I don't really understand it. Or rather, destroying any stream would do that. And it'll go through and destroy all streams, I would hope. As in flush it. I mean, it's just surprising to me that we print the new line and nothing else. What's argc? I guess. Are we screwing up argc? We're not even seeing arguments, which is a little worrying. Neutrino says, could argc be 0? I mean, it shouldn't be, but it could be. That's what we're checking now. But Sorid says, is it even printing arguments? And it's not. Because from what I can tell, it's the kernel that's printing the args, right? Yeah, when we look at this little printout, this is the kernel up until end args. And in that case, it makes sense that the program name isn't showing up. Right? Because you're not passing it to exec. I don't know what you're talking about, Sorid. I already went through this. You want to go back to exec right when I showed you and said, hey, here's exec. Here's the args vector that we're passing to replace user space elf64 process. Here's the executable path. Remember earlier when we printed it out and made sure it was the right thing? You want to do that again? Yeah, but that's after you print them. So you're saying it makes sense that the program name isn't showing up here, not that it isn't showing up in the final echo. Sorry, it says yeah. Okay, I misunderstood you. That's my bad. It was driving me. I was like, are you asking me the same thing as before? We went through it. It's here. But yeah, we print them out way up here, and then we do the pushback nonsense onto the actual vector of string views that we pass to replace your space L64 process. Yeah, that final echo is definitely broken in some manner or other. For sure. Heavily. I just don't get this. So is f flush null not working? Or is it possible the libc isn't keeping track of all of its things? So when I write echo with no args, we print s0/bin/echo. Where's the /f? Shouldn't this be /f s0 bin echo? What the fuck's going on here? S0 bin echo. So we get the address. We copy into it. I'm really not aware of why this is going wrong. Because I think all this code works. And the reason I think that is because we use all this code to pass the frame buffer contents in address to init. So why would this not work? Do we need to like copy argv? Okay, so what if I just do this? So for const autoreference, string view, and args vector, can we go through and free? This is going to be the kernel heap. Which means it's just new and delete. think this is what I should do. How do I do this? I want to make a new string here. So it's almost like I should just do this. This is a total hack. I don't think this is the right way to do things. Helpful CTF, thank you so much for the follow. So I don't have any way to like copy this, which is annoying. So it's almost like I need to create the string view and then copy the string view or whatever. Another thing I could try instead of doing this is in the elf loader, instead of loading the memory regions from the program header first, I could load the stack first, but I can't do that because I actually need the stack flags from the program header, which means I can't map the stack until after all the program headers, which means that the stack has to be... So it says, wait, what was that thing about copying string views? Basically, program headers remap a bunch of things in the memory, virtual memory. So this is after that, which means that if we remap wherever these strings are, which is common for user space data and executables to take up the same address space because they're in different address spaces, right? Then copying from string.data here, if it's just a string view to another process's data, it could be remapped and kind of overwritten to some other address and have some other thing happen. So when I create this args vector, I want to copy the string. I want the string view to be a copy of this string, and then I want to go through and delete them. How do? You can do a standard string SV to create a string from a string view. Okay. The string from string view constructor is explicit. Okay. I have a C string that I need to copy into a string view. I don't have a string view that I need to make a string out of. I have a C string that I need to make a copy of and then make a string view to that. I'm pretty sure there's no easy way to do that. I just have to do the stupid, like, char pointer equals new fucking char array, right? 52. However I do this. That doesn't make sense though, because a string view is non-owning. I wasn't the one who made the args vector use string views. So copying and storing in a string view doesn't really make sense. Okay. Sure, then just use strings instead. Ah, yeah, I'll rewrite all the argument handling in the elf loader. Hopefully it doesn't break. Everything will go fine, I'm sure. I mean, it's just going to break everywhere. I have to change everything if I have to do that. It's so annoying. It's not that doing that will break things, it's that I have to change so much bullshit that it's going to break things. Yeah, it's not gonna fucking happen. Not dealing with fucking errors everywhere in the most complicated parts of the processes and just go, oh yeah, just go through and change all that. It's just gonna break. So annoying. I don't even know how to use new. How do I make a new array? Do I do this? New char size. Jesus. What a mess. The fishhook IPAR snuck its way in. Can't you just pass a vector of strings as a vector of string views? Excuse me? Well, that address just doesn't make any fucking sense. Where's this from? And store string views to them in another vector. I mean, that's... I'm not sure this is better. Well, it's not happening here, but we sure were seeing it. We weren't seeing everything, but we sure were seeing something. Where? What? Here? Hey, it's working. Guys, we wrote echo. Hey. Hey. GG. Good game, everyone. It only took us 3 hours and 40 minutes to implement echo. We create copies of the user space buffer because during replacing the user space process, any data within it is most likely is invalidated. Sure. And then I'm just gonna mention, like, put this in here. Okay. I think that's the way to do things. Yeah. Sure. Oh, this is so awesome. Okay. This is kind of interesting. Oh, we already save it. Okay, that's right. R11. Syscalls. Funky. Okay, I remember now. I was like, wait a second, something's not right. We don't have to print out all this stuff anymore unless we're debugging syscalls. I really need to figure out a better way to, like, consolidate debug things. Because right now, it's like if you turn on any debug flag, you just get output out the wazoo. Like if you turn on virtual memory mapping debug, it's like, it's just, it takes 10 minutes to boot because of how much stuff is printed. So I think I have to consolidate, like, and make the debug actually useful. Or hopefully actually useful. Hey, look, it's broken. Oh, it worked once. that wasn't that good. Guys, something's wrong. Something's very wrong now. Sir A, the rewrite didn't work. I don't think the rewrite worked at all. I'm pretty sure it was my terrible thing I did before that was working. New char. That's got to be small string optimization screwing up, right? Ah, cool. Now it just doesn't work at all. My favorite. Sorry, it says could be, yeah. I mean, I don't know what else it could be. This doesn't work either. This doesn't work at all. That's annoying. Nothing works. Fantastic. I officially have no clue what the fuck is happening. Can you make sense of whatever just fucking happened? I can't. It's probably has to do with this. Are we destroying the args vector impl at the end of this block and not the end of the function? That was it. Oh my god, it works. Hey, look, I fixed it. Remember how this used to say, like, no mapping for file descriptor 18 billion? Apparently, I fixed that. Stage it in Git now. That's probably a good idea. Okay. Exec. Okay, we'll just do exec. That's what we'll start with. Strayed says also pog. I know it's working. That's crazy. If there's no init process, wouldn't it make sense to put a halt loop there? No. Eventually, I want to make it where there's like a little kernel playground. Akin to the original LensorOS where like you could draw with the mouse and type with the keyboard. Move the basic like cursor around. I want to enter that kind of loop. So basically if there's no init process, I want to just say kernel deal with the init. Maybe just temporarily though, so it doesn't print no init process forever. I mean, it only prints it every time you type. But you're right. We could probably just print it once and then never again. Ba-da-da-bum. Sysdollar. Exec now takes null terminated array arguments. We're going to do user, I guess this can just be libc, standard IO. Yeah, standard IO vfprintf now supports %p format spec. I'm not sure if this is correct. Sarade, I don't know if you have time right now, but the heap putter plus bytes plus block size needs to be less than the heap base plus the size of heap base, because this actually refers to like the C++ end iterator of the heap, like after the last element, which means that if this is equal to after the last element, it's a problem, right? Strayed says, damn, off by 1 errors. I'm pretty confident that setting all the previous is good, but I'm not, I think this is correct. I'm just not sure. I just want to mention that so it's like, remember that one thing we weren't sure is correct in the C++? Want to document it. libc heap fix up. Sorry, says, I don't know, linked lists are cursed. Sorta. You're not wrong. Sorry, it says, this is why I use vectors. In addition to all of the performance reasons. And in some cases it makes sense, I would agree. But in a lot of cases, vectors do make things more complicated in the kernel or in lower level things. Because some things just are lists. You know? They're best represented as themselves, a list. Yeah, this is just about the worst lexing I could have done. Huh. Basic command lexing. Arguments. Why don't I just, hold on. What am I doing here? If you care about the elements moving, that's what dec is for. A dec is like a vector, except that the elements never move, so you can pass around addresses to them. And no, it's not just a doubly linked list or anything. It's similar to a vector in performance, if a bit slower. If I remember correctly, isn't a dec like a bunch of vectors? Maybe I'm wrong. Can I just do this? Can I use a glob? Don't run. More like a vector of blocks or vector of fixed size arrays. Yeah. Yeah. Ender. It seems to have worked. Cool. Well, that simplifies that a lot. That's one less place you have to add echo, add user space processes. So we're gonna say user echo. Here, we'll do a echo. Yeah, that's Pog. That's Pog. By the way, Suraid. So I think standard file system exists is where we actually need libs, like standard C++, right? How do we write lib standard C++, and is it written in C++? That's another question. Is a lib standard C++ written in C++? Second of all, does lib standard C++ use the C++ standard library? I feel like that'd be a little circular. So I feel like it should only use like basic C++ language features and libc, right? I feel like that makes sense. But for like file system exists, I was just trying to think about how it works, and it kind of breaks down for me. Because again, we have to use syscalls or libc or something like that. So I would love to get lib standard C++ going. And then I also have to look into, that's right, I want to look GCC C++ default options. Is this a thing? That's not what I want. What do we have? CXX. So this is during configuring of lib standard C++. do we actually build this as part of our tool chain, I guess, is something that I would have to know. So we just say enable languages. We kind of leave it very, very default. So I would say we don't have libstandard C++, but we probably have to in order to properly build GCC, because it's built in C++. So let's think about this. Okay. This is probably what is going wrong. Let's check my patch. I bet you it's not sensible. So I think this might be what's fucking me over. Can I go to this file? I need to go to GCC 12. This is in libstandard C++. Cross-config M4 glibc lensor. So this is probably what it has to do with, right? So we have this autoconf thing. And basically, when we're in LensorOS, the patch says, hey, check math and stdlib support, which is what we do for Linux as well. What do we do for MinGW? We check math and stdlib support still, netbsd, section flags. This is an interesting one. I don't know what that is. AC substitute section flags. Check linker features. Define. Interesting. We have this commented out from hbucks. Interesting. So I wonder if it's checking for math support on the host and assuming that it'll have it on the target because of that. If test x long double math on the CPU equals yes, then, oh Lord. FreeBSD doesn't do much glibc checking at all. FreeBSD just says check linker features. That's it. Don't do anything crazy. This says have isnan and blah, blah, blah. That's for DJGPP. Wow. So it seems like I'd have to rebuild the tool chain to test this stuff out. So it's going to take me a while no matter what. So if it doesn't have a GNU LD, it doesn't want to call that. So because we don't have GNU libm and GNU standard lib, we may not want that, these calls. Because I don't actually understand why. Adjust the provided features of libstandard C++ accordingly. Interesting. Okay, I think I know what's happening. We're checking for math support when configuring this. It looks in the sys root and doesn't find libm, which means that when we're compiling LensorOS, right? Somewhere. When we're compiling LensorOS, then it checks for math support, and all it has is the sys root, right? That's all that we pass it really in toolchain, is the prefix, target, and sys root. So it'll look in the LensorOS sys root, and it goes, hey, all we have is libc here. So it says, okay, you have a compiler and linker, sure, it's GCC. But math and standard lib you don't have, so we're gonna support it. But the way that they support it is just by adding it to the default linker options when compiling C++, because they assume that GNU libmath and GNU standard lib, this C++ lib, will be available on the target. But I don't think that's true. So how can I reference this? Can I go to to-do? I want to write this down a little so I don't forget all this tomorrow. Helpful CTF, first time chat. Does that require a contiguous block of memory? Also, Sridov, thank you so much for the follow. Asking Suraid about a deck. A deck doesn't require Suraid replying to himself. Suraid says no, usually it's multiple contiguous blocks of memory as the deck grows. Yeah, it's like a vector of vectors. But the vectors, it's like a vector of fixed size arrays. But the fixed size arrays grow until they're full. It's so confusing. Suraid says, I'm replying to helpful CTF, but Twitch only shows the first message in the chain. What? Yeah, that's really confusing. That's Twitch's fault, not yours. So in, what is this path? In cross-config, M4, the LensorOS toolchain adds the following. Oh, it's a little unhappy. Oh, okay, we're back. Source, and this is going to be a diff, and something like this. Beautiful stuff. Okay. I believe it's that. What? Oh. I changed it for video gaming. Delete. Very cool. Pog. Oh, yes. Okay. I believe delete. There we go. X-Ray says hi with a wave. How's it going, X-Ray? What's going on? I believe the glib CSS check math support is causing GCC to search the sys root, is causing lib standard C++ v3 to search the sys root. I wish it was easier to get like 3/4 up the screen. X-Ray says, doing good. You? I'm doing very good. I've got some nuts. I'm putting them in my mouth, and you know, it makes me feel better. You know, cashews, almonds, we got fucking pistachios. X-Ray, new here. What are we doing, if I may ask? You know, I ask myself that every minute. X-Ray, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know what I'm doing here. OS these nuts. Oh, got him. Sreetiv. Oh, man. We're making an OS, is what you can think of it. This OS... X-Ray says, I got Mr. Robot vibes, so I joined. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. This is LensorOS. It has like a really simple shell. You can see it returned 420. We ran blaze it, and it says blaze it mask, right? And we just implemented arguments, lexing of arguments and parsing, and also echo. So now we can say echo, hey. Hey. Echo what? We get what? Echo X-ray. 4 E's and 3 A's. A, pog pog. But yeah, so that's what we just implemented. And it's all built on our own libc, our own C++ standard, and our own bootloader, our own kernel, our own etc. We do it in-house. We do it in-house. It can be anything, and we do it in-house. I believe to check mouse spores, to search the sys root for libm. There is currently no libm. Also, let me do something like this. In the sys root, which causes GCC to want to use glibc /gnu libm. GNU libm is generally... libm is a dynamic library, right? GNU libm is then expected to be on the target machine, to be on the target LensorOS, even though it isn't, which means at compile time, when we try to use G++, it assumes it must use GNU libm, which can't be found, and that causes errors. Presumably, the same thing with the glibc xx check standard lib what? No dynamic expansion? Oh, it thinks the tilde is a part of it. Weird. Deabrieve, why? Cool. Okay, yeah. The same thing is happening. Coolness, coolness. X-Ray says genius stuff. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, we're just working on some low-level stuff. We ran into some issues that C++ programs in user space don't build, so gotta figure that one out. But C programs do, so we're doing good there. We've actually done this. Done. There is now mcopy glob, which helps a ton with things like this. Note, we don't actually install the sysroot yet, as it adds a lot of time to the build process. And until we build software from within LensorOS for LensorOS, this won't be a problem. Or until dynamic linking, when shared object files must be able to be resolved at runtime. Cool. Free physical memory. We also did this, or I did in my PR. I did it. It was really hard, but it turns out I was assuming request pages would return zeroed memory. It doesn't. Fixing that made reclaiming physical memory quite easy. Okay, time syscall. We have one. It gets the real time using the RTC chip. It's not really done. I think really what I mean here, really what would mark this as done is a way to get a second, like Unix timestamp or something of that nature. Whoa. Sabaro says, in my humble opinion, you might need some tiny bits separated from libc. On FreeBSD we have libstand, which is used for the loader and is a minimized reimplementation of some libc functions. By the way, I'm a member of the FreeBSD project. I see your ACPI implementation with the FreeBSD link in it. That's right. It definitely helped a lot. Are you looking at this one? It's still... The documentation on ACPI is so bad. It's like... Imagine... Sabaro says, yes, this one. Yes, it helps so much to be able to see something that lets you find a table. Boggers. But yeah, this is a very... if I didn't see this FreeBSD ACPI implementation, I still would have been able to piece something together. But it really helped solidify the actual way to find tables, because the confusing thing is you have to find a table within the XSDT, but then the XSDT is actually from the RSD. Yeah. ACPI dump in the ASL code is super duper hard to get, kind of similar to ASN1. Oh yeah, that's pretty accurate. Well, I appreciate everything you do for FreeBSD. It's an amazing resource both to learn from and to see as a free and open source project in the world flourish. I love seeing stuff like that. So thank you. I really appreciate your work. Nalmeth says, first time chat from Nalmeth. So I've never been here before, but your voice sounds so familiar. How much meth do you do, Nal? No, I'm joking. This has been resolved, I think. There was various issues. There was various issues. Power off and sleep. Yep, still more ACPI fad to go. I think that's going to be... Do I have the FA? Where is that? Yeah, it's here. Yeah, so I have somewhat... It's not too bad. I'm glad I went through and wrote all this stuff, because this will help amazingly when I actually go to use the FADT. Incredible. I still can't, when I look at this stuff, I still can't believe I went through and did all this. I don't even remember it. Yeah, so the FADT, I'm gonna have to get the power button and the sleep, not the button, the, where is it? I don't remember where it is. It's the, SMI command port. Because I have to send an SMI. Yeah. Nalmeth says, I can't think of who it is that you sound like. It's going to bother me. Well, keep watching until you, at least until you figure it out. I think that's an updated to-do. That makes sense. To-do, oh, always more to-do. So when you talk about libstand, is that like libc and libstandard C++ both depend on libstand? Or is libstand like a minimized libc that libc doesn't even use? By the way, you missed a space between the words happening and with that you typed earlier. I did. Very nice. I fixed it. Thanks for letting me know. Sabaro says the second one. The second one. I probably asked something and I don't remember. I trust you, Sabaro. To do. Oh, always more to do. That didn't make it? Okay, hold on. Fix. Rebase. Interactively, I just need to squash a commit, please. Squash. Don't fix. Beautiful stuff. Wonderful. Okay, that's now pushed. How beautiful. This PR for the OS is huge. There's almost literally, I've touched every piece of the code. I've touched user space, I've touched the kernel, I've touched the build system, I've touched everything. It's a mess. I've changed syscalls, I've changed HCI, I've changed libc heap, I've changed, I've done so much in this stupid PR. It's amazing. Upgrades and bug fixes. I should have never named it something so vague. It gives me freedom, or just the feeling that I can do this. Yeah. So should probably merge that at this point, lol. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably not a bad idea. I think we should be fine. I would love to test it on my laptop first. I did test it yesterday, 2 days ago, on my laptop. But I haven't tested it since. Nalmeth says, hey, when I'm doing work in a repo by myself, I don't exactly adhere to good practices either. Sabaro says, to answer, it is a full minimized re-implementation version. There are no links between them. Interesting. Okay. Sabaro says, great job. Yeah, ACPI is not something I have a deep knowledge of. It's mostly driver programming and userland code for me. Nice. Userland code is nice. It's so nice. You don't have to worry about a thing. I was looking at... Yeah, this is just for GCC. It doesn't talk about G++, which is part of GCC. Well, they say they enable C++, but they don't talk about libstandard C++. Bootstrapping or anything, which is a little messy. Yeah, and then that takes you here. But I feel like libstandard C++, I'm just configuring it wrong. How do I check? I guess I just have to try it. I don't really know how to find the tool chain GCC lib standard C++. So it's not in here. Oh, Jesus. So glib cxx check. Oh my. I just realized this is a 5,000 line file. Might be here a little bit. We're already at 4,000. We're not doing too bad. Interesting. I didn't see glibc check standard lib. Very interesting. Sorry, it says, oh no, is that the GCC autoconf? Yeah, it's the one for lib standard C++, which I think is what's going wrong. Captain Prophet says, nice. Okay, well, we did it. We have echo. Sabaro says M4 macros, auto hell. Basically. By the way, if you're new here, be sure to check out the Discord. It's kind of wacky, but trust me, we got a ton of people here. We all enjoy each other's company, and just be positive. And we have a good old time. We have a good old time here. But yeah, linguistics. We have code review if you want to like post something you made and be like tear me apart. We have help me if you're just like I want to get this working. And we have general if you just want to chat about programming stuff, or off topic for memes and discussions and anything off topic. How about that? How about that? I think that's pretty good. We're doing well. I don't think I have time today to actually do this, but one thing I was thinking about that you should let me know if there's interest. I don't think I need this open anymore. What was I just saying? I was just saying something, wasn't I? I don't remember. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So basically, I don't know if you'd be interested in seeing this, let me know. But basically, AHCI is the standard, or one of the standards, in which SATA disks are controlled. So it's a serial ATA HCI controller, if that makes sense. Advanced Host Controller interface or whatever. And basically, I've already implemented a lot of it, right? And then it's in devices. Is it in devices? I don't remember where it is. There's a port controller somewhere here. Here it is. So I already have a port controller where like we set up the port and the command header and the command table and the command frame information structure, right? And everything goes well. And I have a read raw, so we can actually read, a sector into the buffer, which is very nice. And I have read low level as well. And read low level you can actually see as the command header, command table, and frame information structure. Saraid says something about interest. Yes, Nalmeth says, aha, I figured out who you sound like. That was really going to irk me. With a little fancy emote. Who do I sound like? I'm curious now. You can't leave me hanging like that. But yeah, writing, I haven't actually implemented anything. So I would love to actually implement this low-level write command to the HCI port. But it's going to be a lot of just like deciphering this, right? This. It's going to be a lot of just figuring out what to do. And I think it will be very similar to a read command. It's just that we're going to have a different command, obviously. Because we're not going to have a frame information structure of a host to device. We're going to have a frame information structure which is actually device to host, as far as I know. Yeah, and that's probably in HCI. So yeah, so that's a host to device, but we actually need a device to host, which we don't even have the structure defined yet. See what I mean? But yeah, so we'll be able to go through and do that and figure out how to do all this. It's going to be horrible, won't it? Where's the actual... this thing? Hold on. Nalmeth says, all right, gotta head out. Good luck with the OS. I actually have to head out very soon too. That's why I'm kind of just exploring what to do next. But I'm glad, thank you for enjoying. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you, Nalmeth. Be sure to hit that follow button if you enjoy. Oh, thanks for the follow. You already did. I just missed it. Love you, Nalmeth. Thank you. Yeah, but hopefully that's interesting. We can work on that next. Tomorrow, I actually plan on doing compiler stuff, so it'll be back into 2023. Ooh. And we'll be working on intercept, and we'll be doing more parameter passing, where we actually end up with the return value, arrays and struct return values, and hopefully we can start implementing some sys5 ABI. Yeah. Sabaro says, yeah, me too. Have fun with the follow. Have fun with the following bits. Catch up later. Bye. Seems good. Thank you so much. Sabaro says, and thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in again. I'll be back often. And join the Discord if you want announcements. Every time I go live, check out my YouTube, which is also linked if you want to check out every single VOD, every single stream I've ever streamed. But yeah, that's a good idea. It's probably a good time to merge this PR. I agree with Sarade at this point. Probably good time to think about merging. Just we'll test it on another machine first. Perfect. Alrighty. Captain Prophet says, see ya. Bye, Captain Prophet. Thank you so much for coming out. I'm gonna go to the scratch. I'm gonna run. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I have a little spiel. Thank you so much, Middle Cloud, shout out Middle Cloud, TTV at Middle Cloud, for the most recent donation. Thank you for keeping this channel going. I very much appreciate it. You didn't leave a message, so I will make one up for you. Middle Cloud is the bestest and most awesomest. And yeah, that's their donation message apparently. Shout out to Middle Cloud. Thank you everybody so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Check out the YouTube for all my content. There's a ton of it there. You can go in the About section and check out the GitHub and Codeberg to check out all the things that we did today. You can even look at this PR. You can clone LensorOS and run it on your machine. Oh, how about that? And the compiler. We'll be back with the compiler tomorrow, so be sure to stay tuned. Oh my god, that is it. I will be seeing you in another lifetime. Bye-bye.